Yoke. I am here. Pardon me. I am here now. And I'm going to try doing this a little bit differently today. I'm going to try to do this in 45-minute kind of segments, I guess you might say. And it's just going to be broken up for time. It's not going to be like I'm not going to do like a bunch of different things, but then I'm going to take a 10-minute break in between those so that I'm doing about 3 hours. 3 hours of actually on-screen time. 30 minutes total of break time, basically. And we'll see how that works out today. Okay, so I need to pull my notes back up again. Where is, okay, recent. There we go. And I need to, I might be doing something towards the end of today. We'll see. See how it turns out. That's not specifically related to the story. Okay, so let's pop this up, that, and hopefully you're hearing my sound okay. And for any of you that are actually watching or listening. Diet Mountain Dew. Pardon me. Why did that go to that? That's weird. Maybe I hit the wrong key. This goes to desktop, right? Okay, good. We're good. Yeah, I'm not sure why it went to that. Maybe I hit I don't know. I think I got the please wait on, I got it on F3, so I might have accidentally hit my Windows key plus F3. So anyways. So we generally got our story for Zanzibar the Great. And then I'm gonna have to go ahead and revisit Red Riding Hood, or as she's known. I forget entirely what I used. Scarlet Red. What did I use? Okay, that's that. Let's record this here. Let's copy the big long line. Okay. I know I say okay and ah and do all that kind of stuff a lot, but I'll have to find a way of consciously not doing that. Okay, so let us go to. I could do that. Quit doing that. Let's go here and let's make this not full screen. That. We can leave the browser the way it is. And let us go and I guess let me check ChatGPT only. Pardon me. Only to so I can remember exactly what I'm saying. Where is ChatGPT? I should need to put that on my bar or something. But yeah, I can never find it because it always says just a moment. Think longer for responding. Interesting. Think before responding. Well, if it's free, I might do it. Pardon me. It's popping my ears. Zanzibar. Da, da, da. See, I don't even know if I have Red's name in here. Maybe it's in the other one. Okay. And along the way, I'm going to be okay. So 45. Okay, 45 minutes. So technically, I started at 1, so that means at 1:45 I take my first break. Okay, let's check out Evolution, the adventure game Evolution, that is. Kurt Wulf. Sneaky Werewolf, yeah. Scarlet. Oh, yeah, yeah. I thought for sure I used something like either used Holloway or there was another one that I liked, but apparently Scarlet Clover, has kind of a ring to it. Violet Moonshadow, that sort of thing. Red Clover. Of course, Clover is usually green, but that is quite alright. Okay. What okay, so how did I type this out? Or okay, Zanzibar the Great. Red is responsible for recruiting Wolfpack. Kurt manages to make a deal with Violet. Leader of the Wolfpack. Okay. Might change Rottweiler into something that's just more of a name. Um, Apologies to actual Germans or Austrians for giving them a whatever German or Austrian sounding name. It's just kind of what I thought of when I was thinking of I was thinking of the real name. He's a werewolf, and I was thinking of a name and thinking Kurt Wolf. That sounds all right. And so that's why I'm using these names here. I might have to think up a proper name for Rottweiler though, because Rottweiler just is a dog breed basically. So, anyways, Scarlet Red. What outline? Now I'm gonna have to look up red through the whole notes here. Find red. Rumored. Why? Why isn't it? Why can't I do a full here? Maybe I can. Like, maybe I can do it in quotes. Probably not. It probably won't find it because I don't have anything in quotes. Riding Hood. Uh, and Kurt's going to become a proper villain. And partly the reason I did this is because it seemed like the amount of heroes versus villains were kind of unbalanced. Having perfectly balanced is okay. Even better would be actually having more villains than heroes, because then it makes it seem more impossible or harder or whatever. If I have more heroes, then it seems a little bit out of whack, right? Because of course they can beat them. They got all these heroes and very few villains that could be of any problem. So that's why. And actually, here I do kind of have they're actually kind of fairly even now, because Nestor is not really a bad guy. You could almost say that Nestor and Chester are like one character, sort of, and at the same time, they're characters. That also begs the question. I guess Nestor might technically be a non-player character, unless I decide to make all the villains, you know, because right now I don't really have a lot of stuff for Nestor to do. Chester is doing all the work, and Nestor is just being himself, and then his story has to do with Chester's story. So you could almost think of them as a single character. Okay, this is werewolves. Okay, oops. Auto text for shortcut not found. I don't even know what that means. Okay. Red Riding Hood. No choice for luring werewolves to Grandma's house, only for Grandma to remove them with their hides. Then one day, Granny just wasn't quick enough and got eaten. Since then, Red has been hiding, only to show up at the call of Max. Oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that was her story, basically. Your exploits are well known, yet we would like to know what brought you out of hiding. Well, let's just say me and Max had some great times together, and he contacted me for my special skills. Werewolf handling. Gee, you're smart. Yes, he needs werewolves in his army, so you recruited me. So why and how did you disappear in the first place? When Granny bit it, I was already rich enough that I didn't have to work anymore, so I bought my way into seclusion of the Gnome Kingdom. So apparently she's been hiding out in the Gnome Kingdom, and I guess the gnomes don't care, it's just as long as they're getting paid enough money. So if we're well off, why come out now? Max is so cute, I just couldn't say no. Besides, once I get that tramp Violet out of the way, I'll have Maxie all to myself, and maybe I'll be queen of Enchanted Lands. Who knows? She has pretty big ambitions. I guess Violet kind of already knows that she's already the main person there. Um, who knows? You do realize she's our editor in chief, don't you, Miss Hood? Uh, she may not like that. No secrets about my feelings for Max, and if you choose not to publish the interview, it won't bother me a bit. Besides, Violet loves to fight. Oh, well, thanks. Okay. So let's go down further. Okay. Hubert manages to get some of Red Riding Hood's personal things. It was something I must have been thinking at some point for Red Riding Hood. I don't know why I put that in my notes. This actually, Kurt's original backstory is something that happens before. Right now, I'm gonna make the werewolves not like human, so they don't get bit by a wolf. Hubert won't cast a spell instead tell them find out. Buddy, I must have been stretching here. I don't remember making a wizard named Buddy. Kurt ends up beating Red. That's a little. That's a little much, I think. Uh, I want to work on Red first. If I have a character outline for her. There we go. Main plot. There's not really much to the main plot, is there? Max gets her out of hiding to build a werewolf army. Subplot: she tips the game in favor of Max again in order to take Violet's place. And Red's kind of a troublemaker. Let's see. Wants to use her considerable skills to build an army of werewolves. Red successfully presses almost all the werewolves in the service except one. That's not going to be the case this time. Red finally gets that one werewolf into the army. Kurt convinces how the werewolves to stick with him and fight against Red, commenting on their past history with her. Red finds out, and the two packs fight against each other, but this time Kurt is no longer a coward and goes after Red. Red is quickly dispatched. Red tries to seduce Max. She recruits most of the wolves. Max seems pleased. She tries to seduce Max again and is almost successful. I had this whole thing that she was going to find some way of getting Max to her side. I don't really want to lean too heavily into that. Like I said, this is kind of all ages appropriate and stuff like affairs and all this kind of goofy stuff. That doesn't mean I can't put the kind of the light love triangle thing in there. But not to really go too far with it. About sensing Red is almost has Max back, decides to try one more thing, sends Red after Kurt. Well, Spencer placed by Max's side, and ultimately she loses in her story. Okay. Red doesn't have that much to do in a sense. And honestly, again, she's like a character I could almost leave out. And some might would say that I should leave her out because, actually, let's go back up here. Three. Yeah, I gotta remember too. I'll have to go back through the plot outline and make sure that the most of the characters' subplots are in there as part of their deal. How come I can't use F3 for dang search again or whatever? Because everything else has search is F3. See, I can't have it go to the next one. I have to do it through the stupid window. I don't get that. Why it's like that, but okay, there we go. Copy. Her name is now she's no longer Red Riding Hood. We can still her backstory is that she is Red Riding Hood, but this is her actual name. So there'll be still the link to the fairy tale, but at the same time it won't really be a thing in the the deal. Okay. Let's make a copy. I don't remember why she was in hiding. Oh, I guess she was in hiding from essentially werewolves and stuff because Granny was gone. So awesome. And what are we doing for time here? 123. Okay, Scarlet, Red, Clover Plow line. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to um, I just brought this down here. I just copied this here because I wanted to make sure that it was right here where I could get to it. Now, Red has got to do some stuff, not just, blah blah blah. I mean, that's her deal. Her deal is to Max gets her out of hiding to build a werewolf army. Okay, that's all right. She attempts to gain favor with Max again in order to take Violet's place. And she's going to do it the old-fashioned way with feminine wiles. She thinks she's going to take... Okay, so let's see if I can... Okay. This is all right. Okay, so this is... Okay. So now I have to figure out how does she get the werewolves into her servant into Max's army? Because she's been known for, you know, taking the hides from these werewolves, and so there's got to be some way. Hmm. I guess she's gonna have to find a way of contacting Rottweiler because he's the leader of the wolf pack so far. Um, so werewolves are technically a race. They're humanoid. They're humanoid wolves essentially. Um, Maybe they're originally the regular type, dog type of wolves, where one got bit and became a werewolf, and but then somehow maintained his werewolf persona or something. Uh, okay. So should I use ChatGPT again? Because that's gonna be that's kind of what I've been doing to come up with ideas, and I'm not getting it to really write anything per se, but some of the ideas I'm still using for it to do so. I mean, I'd be able to probably, uh, I'd probably be able to do it on my own, but to make this a little bit more expedient, um, so here's, uh, so today I'm focusing on Red Riding Hood, now named Scarlet, Red Clover, otherwise just known simply as Red, and I'm working on her, I guess, character arc. Not really. I'm not really thinking. You know, when you say character arc, an arc is an arc, right? It starts one way, it gets high, and then it ends another way. So basically, you're kind of your story. But I'm not really so much worried about her changing. In other words, it's not an arc like, she grows and changes over time. But her working on her story outline. So, um, a little bit about Red's backstory. She's the Red Riding Hood from the fairy tale. But the real story is a little different. I've already mentioned she and Grandma used to seduce werewolves and then take their skins, their hides, their pelts, sell the coats. Eventually, Grandma slips up somewhere, and been she's been eaten, for lack of a better word. You know, I could do a thing too. Before I enter this into ChatGPT, I could make the yeah, maybe. Um, Kurt manages to take care of her, and he becomes the leader of the wolf pack. But I could do a thing where she's searching for the one that ate Grandma, and that could be part of her like little subplot. In fact, that could be the subplot instead of seducing Max. I mean, I could hit at that, and then I don't have to be too heavy on the love triangle. It can just be a thing that you kind of hint that Red and Violet kind of don't like each other, and maybe she teases Max a little bit. And like I said, I'm not gonna get too explicit with that because I don't want to do that kind of thing. But at the same time, um, evening Rook. For me, it's afternoon, of course. Greeks, Bender. Okay, so um, I could go like that, and there could be a couple of things. One is Rottweiler could be the one that ate Grandma, but if Rottweiler's the one that eats Grandma, then she wouldn't want to put Rottweiler in charge of the wolf pack anyway, so that's out. And then Kurt could be the one that actually ate Grandma. Um, I'm not necessarily going to get rid of Kurt. I was going to get rid of Red, right? He was going to eat her too, basically. Um, so subplot. Yeah, I mean that would make a kind of a proper subplot, really. It's a personal dealie, it's a personal goal, and it's a thing not related to since most of the villain's main stories are related to making Max's story go like he wants it. In other words, helping him with his story, basically, which is the main story. Then the subplot would be anything that they want to do, kind of extraneous to it. So, I mean, I could still do it that ways, and she could still lose, I guess. I mean, that doesn't matter that much. Um, okay, so here's the thing. I want Red to be able to recruit the werewolves. To recruit the werewolves for Max. And, but really, she's been hiding, uh, here. So she has enough money and pays off the gnomes so she can live in the gnome kingdom in hiding. I want Ready to be able to recruit the werewolves for Max, but she's been hiding from them ever since Grandma, the grandma incident. Inc- incident. Right? Okay. Incited incident. Can you think of a few ways Red could recruit wolves? The werewolves have a leader currently whose name is Rottweiler. Uh, for lack of a name, is probably temporary. Um, um, okay, let's go with that. Let's hit the reason button because it's supposed to think longer. I'm not sure how free this is, but we'll see here. We'll see how long it's taking. Oh, I guess it's just a thing I turn on, and then I hit enter. Reasoning. Huh, interesting. Morally ambiguous actions. Here you go. Interesting. This is a new option or it's a new add-on here for Chat GPT, where it's supposed to think longer before it answers question. Okay, interesting. Formulating recruitment tactics and mapping out creative approaches for Scarlet Red Clover to recruit werewolves for Max while considering her backstory of cunning manipulation and morally ambiguous actions. I'm mapping out considering ways Scarlet could use her previous reputation, offers of money or bribes, or and tactics like protecting werewolves from threats or appealing to their pride to recruit them effectively. Mapping options. Okay, let me see. Scarlet could use covert tactics in the wilderness, bribe against using past evidence and money, or promise of revenge on wrongdoers. Alternatively, she could orchestrate a coup or demonstrate her strength. Leverage her assets. She might leverage secret knowledge of impending threat, appeal to a world of pride with promises of new territories and power, or orchestrate a secret rally to showcase her leadership capabilities, utilizing wealth. Could use the money from her grandmother's schemes to buy loyalty from the werewolves and happy with Rottweiler, offering better living conditions or higher status to attract their support. No, I can't do it that way, is because um, he's got to be the one that she convinces, because and there might be that, but that's where kind of Kurt comes in. Could portray Rottweiler as weak, offering werewolves a chance at power and vindication. Okay. Considering she could woo werewolves with better living conditions, exploit revenge desires for past grievances, or charm key pack members with personal rewards to foster loyalty. Several ideas. Okay, so this is all the stuff of, oh, memory is full. I'm getting tired of the memory thing though too. Um, I like the fact that it can remember in between deals, but the memory, I guess, is kind of limited enough that it kind of makes it annoying because then I have to take stuff out. Let's see if I can do it here. Settings. Uh, Personalization, memory, manage. Relationship. Act 2 of the game's story. That's probably not important. Portrait separated. Delete that. I guess I could delete stuff that isn't directly related to what I'm currently working on, because it's not deleting the conversation, it's just deleting the saved information. Get that. Hmm. I don't need to remember that. At least I don't think I do. I can leave that in. Located sunny next to the world. It's probably not that important. Okay. Bridges, Karen, Charlie, Justin Green. That's fine. Uh, yeah. I'll just, okay. There's hotel. Get. Okay, I don't need that to remember that. Revision Zeta. That's fine. And I already did that. Pardon me while I clear my memory. Prefers not to include themes of. Um, I don't need it to remember that. That's a thing that I'm remembering. Jason Schiller magic. Yeah, wants to retain the. Okay. Story involves all the main characters. I can leave that out too. Hmm. The adventure game is semi-complete stories within each act. I'll leave that. So, okay. All right. So, oh, it's almost time for break. I know it's short. It's short in between. Uh, in between. Working on this or whatever. But that's kind of okay. Leverage past. Started streaming 33 minutes ago. I've started streaming a lot longer than that. I wonder how come it says that now. Maybe that's kind of weird. Let's see what happens when I refresh the window here. Uh-oh. Oh. Go to YouTube. Because that's what seemed to have kind of huh. I can't even bring the window forward. Okay. All right. Let's see something here. Oh, all right. That snapped it out of it for some reason. I wonder what Brave's doing that's causing it to do that. I'm not even rendering stuff now, so that's not really the deal here. I don't think. Okay, so okay, I forgot what I was gonna do here. What was I doing? Um, okay, I guess I gotta go to this break, and I gotta stick to the 10-minute, my little 10-minute rule here. So I will break, even though it says 15, 30, and 45, I'm going to try to keep it to 10. So I'm going to try to be back at 5 till 2 and just take this little break here. So let's switch on break and Okay, I am back. I told you I'd only do this. What's this, YouTube? Let's close YouTube here. And, uh, yeah. Okay. And let me check something here. Okay. So, where were we? Okay, so, like I said, I'm doing these in chunks, 45-minute chunks, 3 hours. I don't know if I'll, let's see. I might do the same thing tomorrow, where instead of starting at 1, I'll start at 12:30. Like I'll have this out here for at 12:30. That way I can end at 4 o'clock instead of today. I might have to do it at 4:30 if I want to continue doing it this way. Anywho, let's see what ChatGPT came up with as ways that we could recruit the werewolves here. Okay, so here's several ideas. Could recruit the werewolves for Max, given her background, her current leadership, and the current leadership and her right. Could use her notorious past, the story of her grandmother seducing werewolves, and the legacy of that scandal as sort of a brand to remind the werewolves that she understands their world by emphasizing she's one of their own in a sense. She can position herself as a natural leader who can restore their pride and power, appealing to those who might feel nostalgic or disillusioned. That's see, okay, so I put the thing about Rottweiler being the leader, but I wasn't thinking that like I wasn't thinking it would come up with something that would be like challenging uh to the leadership. I wasn't thinking that's how that would work. So it's got that kind of wrong, but I guess it's more or less my fault because I didn't really give it any more context other than what it was. And so it assumed that I meant that there's going to be some clashing between them. Okay. The other thing is there's no way that they would consider us some of their own. She might remind them the story of the werewolves to say that she's still in control and she can you know she can do that again. Essentially threatening them to stay in line. She might could do that. Uh, Alternative villages into Rarla's role, using her funds, possibly accumulating from illicit activities. Bribe key members. That's possible. The bribing thing would be probably be an okay deal to do. Intimate negotiations. Most influential, sharing your personal vision. Secret alliances. Mm, not exactly. I don't know if I like this reasoning thing here. I guess I should have given you more context. She's actually afraid of them a bit, which is why she went into hiding. Red Hiding Hood, apparently. Uh, she's not going to be going against Rottweiler, but rather finding a way to convince him or others to join Max's army. She's not actually in command of the werewolves. In fact, um, I'm going to use Kurt as a regular villain. He will probably act cowardly, but secretly and suck up to Rottweiler, but really he wants control of the wolf pack, and that's why he makes a deal with Violet later that if he can dispose of Red, Violet will give him control of the wolf pack. In fact, I've already thought up a subplot which involves the fact that Kurt is the one that ate your grandmother. I know it sounds kind of gruesome, but that's part of the story. So there. Um, give me a sec. Oh yeah, when's my next break? So it was it would have been 1:55. 1:55, and we want 45 minutes. So 2 o'clock, 2:40. 2:40 is my next. 2:40 is the next break. Okay, this is the one that I've already have thought up with the subplot, which involves the act that Kurt's the one that ate her grandmother. Which is who she's searching for. In fact, Max brought her out of hiding to maybe be able to find the one that did it. Okay, so right now I'm just focused on how can I get, how can she convince these werewolves whom she hunted most of her adult life to actually fight for Max. Control. Okay, let's see what it comes up now. If it doesn't come up with anything interesting, I'll just have to figure out something on my own, which is kind of what I've been doing anyway. So it's usually good for bouncing ideas off of. Okay, that's intriguing. Let's think through how she could sway the werewolves to support Max, given her past as a hunter. Mapping out Red's journey, I'm piecing together her efforts to attract Rottweiler and others to Max's cause, despite her fear of their kind. This leads me here. Considering Red's options to rebuild trust with werewolves, I think recalling their shared past or offering mutual benefits might ease their mutual distrust. Red might lean on her respect for werewolves, strike a truce with benefits, or make a persuasive argument for a better future. Alternatively, she could use fear and threats. Formulating strategies. Red promise Rottweiler a key army role, share crucial intel about enemies' weaknesses, or make a heartfelt personal plea to rally support. Based on your uploaded context, here's some strategy that Scarlet Red Clover might use to convince the werewolves whom she once hunted to join Max's army without directly taking command herself. Well, that's good, because she's not in direct command anyways. Red could remind the werewolves of a time when there was mutual respect or at least balance between her and the pack, highlighting that her actions in the past weren't meant as pure aggression but as part of tradition or survival mechanism. Uh, yeah, I mean you could say that too. Since wolves basically they hunt in packs and they hunt to survive basically, so maybe you could appeal to them a little bit to their own nature and say we're not that much different. You know, I did it as a way of survival, just like you hunt for food as a way for survival. Might work. Might be a little too deep for this game though, so I'm not sure, but that might could work. Um, by referencing legends or traditions from when werewolves were respected in the wild, you might position yourself as someone who understands and appreciates their power, encouraging them to side with someone who knows their worth. There's another thing I could bring into this, and that is I decided that I wouldn't make them men that were bitten by wolves because if you think about the traditional myth of a werewolf, basically a wolf is a wolf, like the actual animal, right? Like a dog or whatever. On all fours, it hunts. It's a wolf. But usually the wolf will bite somebody, and then that somebody will turn into a werewolf. In other words, they'll turn into a wolf, but they'll be in the form of a wolf. They're not anthropomorphized, or they're not humanized or anything. They're still animals that turn back into human. So there might be a deal, or maybe she makes them a deal that she might could have them uh, be turned um, back into men, where they could become men again. Because because their whole thing was, this was a curse. It was a curse to become these werewolf creatures, and maybe the story is a regular wolf did bite somebody and they became a werewolf, but they didn't turn into the animal style wolf. They turned into, a walking bipedal thinking werewolf, you might say, and so they might have been searching for years for a way to revert back to their human side. In fact, that could be why Kurt doesn't like him. I mean, there's enough about the power, right? The ambition and stuff. You're this person that wants control and power. So maybe Rottweiler has been searching for a way to revert them back to their original forms, and Kurt doesn't want that. Kurt wants the power that becomes associated with being a werewolf. And and Rottweiler might be thinking, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll stop hunting us if I could figure out a way of becoming human again. That would be kind of an interesting dynamic. Almost, it almost could be a story in its own right, or part of the main part of the story. Pardon me. Um, I had an idea way back when, uh, that I thought would be cool, where um, because I kind of like the idea of werewolves. Not the idea that these werewolves went and they like killed people and stuff exactly and ate them or whatever. I mean, it plays into my story, but the idea is that they had this affliction that they turned into these werewolves, and there's this basically this long society of these people that did this, and um, they had like two factions. One is that these certain group, like half of them, they like the idea of the power and stuff behind being a werewolf. They like the fact that um, they had a ready source of food and regular humans, and they could go after him. But then there was this like other half, and these were guys that struggled to keep their humanity and struggled to make sure that they weren't hunting humans and stuff, and were trying to keep peace and trying to live within the human world. And so the story would be that these two factions are constantly at war with each other, and the casualties, of course, are regular humans and people in it. You know, if you think about like how Teen Wolf started, um, where Michael J. Fox's character, um, he becomes of age, and then he starts exhibiting these werewolf tendencies, and then it finds out that his dad is a werewolf also, and it's been like a long line. So you could think of my story as sort of that's how we get introduced. We get a guy that that when he reaches a certain age in his life, he ends up turning into a werewolf, and he has to kind of navigate this thing, of trying to keep a normal life, but at the same time, kind of deal with this werewolf persona. And anyways, I was just thinking of that. I was thinking that this could be part. What I just thought up could be part of that story, where our good, basically our good faction, good werewolves. They keep on searching for a way. In fact, they have. I don't know if you've ever seen Underworld, where they had the Lycans, which are werewolves, and then the vampires, right? And they were trying to. I forget how it worked. They were trying to something to do with the bloodline, and they were trying to search for this certain kind of blood that would help them. I don't know, like be able to go out in sunlight and stuff. I forget exactly the story, but if you think of that kind of thing, where the werewolves have this long society through the ages, where they've always been searching for this way of turning themselves back human, through science and stuff. And so that would be kind of the underpinning to the show, would be this deal. Maybe one of the scientists that were working on that, maybe he kind of takes this young guy that just found out he's a werewolf under his wing, and then of course the bad guys, they try to tempt him to come to their side, and I don't know, I think it'd be kind of cool. And then the main deal would be like the good werewolves realizing that they have like this power where they're stronger than most humans when they're in their werewolf form, and you know they can take out stuff. Basically, they figure themselves need to protect humanity. Especially considering that they were once human, and they're trying to find the key to turn themselves back into humans. So they feel it upon themselves that they need to protect the humans. And anyways, it's just a story I came up with that I just thought of, and I was going, this might actually be worth putting into that story. And that'd be like a TV show, or I don't know, a series of books or something. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so let's go back to the thing. Legends and traditions. So, anyways, what I was saying is maybe Rottweiler could be trying to find a way of changing them back, especially in this magic thing. You think it'd be easy to find a wizard or something that could help turn them back into humans. So that might not be such a great idea. Mutually beneficial alliance offer protection resources. Red could argue that under Max's rule, a part of his army, the worlds could gain access to better resources, protecting you and sharing the prosperity. She might warn that without joining forces, rival factions like Kurt's budding ambitions could take advantage of internal weaknesses, which would ultimately harm the pack. I don't know if she knows about Kurt's ambitions, so that's a possibility, though. Leverage the authority of rather indirect persuasion. Instead of trying to command the pack directly, Red could work behind the scenes to convince key advisors or members, especially the current leader, to see the benefits of aligning with Max's armies. Propose a leadership role. Uh, a respected role within the new order. She can appeal to his private authority, making the proposition more attractive to the entire pack. Share critical intelligence. Rival a threat. Reveal a threat. A threat is discovered a threat, perhaps linked to the subplot about her grandmother, fate, or Kurt's involvement. She uses this information as leverage, implying that joining forces with Max or aligning with the plan she supports is the only way to protect the pack from internal or external dangers. Offer exclusive knowledge. By positioning herself as one with vital information about the new power dynamics or weaknesses in their enemies, she might persuade the werewolves that her insights are essential for their survival and future prosperity. Make a personal, emotional appeal. Express vulnerability. Since Red is known to be afraid of them, she might not be known to be afraid of them. I would think that she would try to appear as if she's not. That is the reason she was in hiding, but they should know that anyways. Her vulnerability can be used to her advantage by openly expressing her fear and the pain caused by the great past betrayals. She might even evoke sympathy and assist solidarity among the werewolves. Promise justice. She could argue that joining forces, they not only reclaim their pride, but also ensure that those responsible for past wrongdoings, like Kurt, who has a personal vendetta, are held accountable. Mm-hmm. Compelling case of the werewolves without directly challenging the current leadership. Leverage both emotional appeal and practical benefits, aligning her interests with those of the pack. I'll have to. What do you mean expired? How did it expire? Goodness gracious. Okay, give me a quick sec. Uh, I just want to make sure. Actually, here, let's do it like this. Uh, where is? No, not that. Doggone it. Nope. Don't change that. I can put this back over here. I'm gonna switch to webcam for just a sec while I re-log in. So, so it's not on screen. Is this? This isn't out of sync, is it? Because it looks a little bit. I guess it's not. I guess it's okay. Anyways, let's see here. Why would my session be expired right as I am sitting there when it doesn't for the whole time that that I've been away, that I turn off my computer and stuff. How does that work? Anyways, doggone ya. I'll have to think about it for a bit. Because I am not sure. And then it'll probably say you can take as much time as you need. It's reasoning though. I don't know if it needs the reasoning. Take your time to consider taking a closer look. Organizing my thoughts, piecing together the final response. That's easy. That's interesting. It should, okay. I actually could have turned it off while it gave me a response. I don't need it to. I don't need it to reason here. I guess it's done though. It's not doing anything because I didn't ask for a response. Anywho, And what did I say? 240? 240. It's 2:21. I got 20 minutes. Okay, so okay, so this kind of the same thing. Uh, One is she could appeal to their to Rottweiler's sense of wanting to get rid of this curse of being a werewolf. That could be part of it. You know, maybe she comes to them and he's like, "What makes you think I won't eat you now?" And then she goes, "Maybe if you hear what I have to say, maybe you'll want to keep me around." Because she's gonna want to find a way to make sure that they don't dispose of her. Although Kurt is ultimately gonna end up doing that. Are there any other stories, movies, or TV shows where a previous, um, not villain, but enemy has to work with someone, um, I know there's plenty of this where it's where like the enemy has to work with the hero or whatever. Where someone's previous enemy had to work with them and um, for some common goal. I know that there actually is. I mean, I've seen movies where they do that, but no problem. Uh, I was just mentioning it. Okay, so what is this? It's gonna tell me X-Men, Despicable Me, Batman the Animated Series, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Red vs. Blue, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Defiant Ones. Several stories in films and TV shows where former enemies work together for a common goal. Avatar Zuko, initially an antagonist, eventually teams up with Aang and the rest of the team Avatar to defeat Fire Lord Ozai. His transformation from enemy to ally is a key part of the series narrative. I haven't seen the cartoon. X-Men film series. Characters like Magneto and Professor Xavier, despite their deep ideological differences and past conflicts, sometimes cooperate against a greater threat, illustrating the theme of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. See, the problem here is that there isn't going to be a threat here. So that's kind of makes it hard. Because you can see in a movie or a show or something where the characters were previous enemies, but there's a bigger enemy than their feud or whatever, and then they join together um to defeat this thing, and that doesn't really work for this. The more dramatic example: two escaped prisoners from different backgrounds, initially at odds, must work together to survive. Their uneasy alliance underlines the idea that common goals can force former adversaries to cooperate. Guardians of the Galaxy, the team is composed of individuals with questionable past and conflicting personalities who come together to fight a powerful threat. Yeah, and actually, if you want to say Gamora, um, the Gamora character, um, she is one of oh, what's his name? I can't remember now that much. It's been a while. Thanos. So she's supposedly a daughter of Thanos, adopted, or however you want to say it, kidnapped or whatever. But she's working against them. Yeah, that's right. They all want the piece of the one of the Infinity Stones, which is what that thing holds, that globe, or that little ball thing. And so they kind of form an uneasy alliance to get the thing sold or whatever. So I mean, I see that. Guardians of the Galaxy, the Avengers, conflicting ideologies and histories like Iron Man and Captain America. Yeah, they're not really enemies, but they're kind of antagonists to each other. Well, the more I think about it, there's not a greater threat than uh, than their problem with each other. I mean, she might could frame the heroes as as the greater enemy to them, and aligning with her and Max could help them defeat the heroes. But for one thing, she's been in hiding, and um, probably doesn't know as much. Um, let's see. So it probably has to be something like coercion or some such. I need to think of something they would want uh, so much that it would even uh, that it could even make them it could even make them friends. Not sure. And it could think and reason and whatever all at once. Let's see what it comes up with. I guess that's mostly what I'm doing today. Is just chat GPT. Um, hmm. Promise of autonomy or power. Promise of world of greater autonomy or sharing the spoils of enchanted lands, renewed prosperity. Feel like they're being oppressed or overlooked by the current leader. Now, again, it's kind of weird. It still gets in its suggestions the fact that Rottweiler seems to be an antagonist or whatever, and that's not really what I'm doing. Now, the thing between Rottweiler and Kurt might be a thing, but they're kind of all of one mind, maybe. I mean, I could do a thing where half of them, like I said, they want to get their humanity back. The other half doesn't, and maybe Kurt uh, heads up um, heads up the faction that likes to stay in power. Like I said about my other story, and he wants to stay in power, and Rottweiler and his guys might want to eventually find a way to be free of their curse. But again, like I said, this is magic land kind of thing. So it wouldn't be hard to find a wizard that could help him out, maybe. Economic has Red might offer a plan to improve the world's standard of living, ensuring they get a cut of the revenue. Common foe. Red could emphasize aligning with Max. By extension, her will help the werewolves secure their future against other internal threats. Perhaps seeing an impending coup or factional strife within the wolf pack. This us versus them framing where the werewolves see the heroes as a distraction or even a hindrance to their survival might force their hand. Revenge justice. Red can present evidence or manipulate perceptions that the heroes, maybe specifically John Thomas or Hubert, have wronged the werewolves in some way, or that the current leadership is corrupt. She could exploit that sense of injustice, even if it's based on a twist of events. A desire for revenge or a sense of justice can be a powerful motivator for forming alliances. Yeah, if I have to think about how deep I want to go with this, how serious I want to make, because it's not a serious game or a story. So I want to maybe still find a way of keeping it light-hearted. So I'm not sure. That's ideal from a narrative standpoint. Red might use a threat if persuasion fails. For example, she could threaten to expose secrets that would undermine the world's current status, or reveal information that would cause internal strife. His approach is darker, could create tension and complexity in her character, offering a cure or solution. If the werewolves have some ongoing problem, perhaps a curse or an ailment caused by the magical experiments, Red might know of a promise a remedy. Even if she's not an expert, the promise of alleviating a deep-seated issue could motivate them to join forces. Each of these approaches carries different narrative flavors, from more collaborative, mutually beneficial alliance to a coercive, more manipulative strategy. The key to ensure that whatever incentive you choose feels intrinsic to the world's motivations and fits in with Red's character, especially given her history of hiding in fear. Yeah, there's not really a history of hiding in fear. There's a history of her hunting their kind, and then eventually Grandma getting hers in the end, and then from that time on, um, if you're wondering what I'm doing there, uh, I was adjusting my shirt here. It was like rolling up or whatever, and so I was trying to straighten it out. Anyways, what was that notice? Was that notice like hmm. Oh, maybe that was games from scratch. I guess he's got it. Must have something new. New bundle alert. No, yeah. Ultimate game sound something or another. Okay, whatever's. And freebies and giveaways. Steam. RPG Maker VX Ace. And the description is in German. I cannot read it. So einfach, dass es ein kein Bedinen kann. I can't read. I can't understand what that says. Anyways, it's supposed to be free. RPG Maker VX. I guess it's supposed to be free on Steam. So, oh, VX Ace. Sorry, RPG Maker VX Ace. So it's supposed to be giveaway on Steam. If anybody's interested. Okay. Let's go back to this now. Uh, Shoot, it's almost time for my next break. Interestingly enough. Um, Maybe it's the curse. The curse of being werewolves. She offers them maybe a cure or something, even if she doesn't intend to do it, even if she has no cure. That might be the thing I should use. Eventually, Kurt's gonna take care of her. maybe Kurt's really wanting a cure. He wants to no longer be a werewolf. I think that should be it. I'm thinking she's going to offer the possibility of a cure for possibility offer them possibility for a removal of the curse that once transformed them into werewolves. Um, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go like it's again, like I said, like that deep. I was going. She's gonna tell him that all the time she was hunting them, she was trying to find a way of breaking them of the curse, and that meant that she had to capture a number of them. And maybe and maybe be a total lie. Maybe what she tells them is um, that they voluntarily took this cure, and the cure cured them, and that's why they never found them anymore. When in reality, she took their hides, and maybe they don't exactly know that. They just know that they ended up disappearing and never coming back. You could do that. That's not a bad idea. In fact, she's going to tell them that the reason they were hunted because they wanted to test cures on test a cure. I can't really think about this in scientific uh, ways because it's we're still dealing with magic, sort of, because they wanted to test a spell that would remove the curse. The reason they never came back is because they no longer they were no longer cursed. And of course, it's going to be a total lie. Total lie. In fact, Kurt is going to expose that lie in his story, and then he's going to take her out, and the rest of the wolves are going to take care of Rottweiler. It's a compelling idea, offering her a chance to finally remove the curse that defines their existence, or gives them a highly desirable incentive to join her cause. Here's how you might develop this concept further. Explains that there's an ancient spell designed to remove the werewolf curse, a spell that werewolves attempted in the past. The twist is that those who tried to dispel it would remain cursed, which is why they were hunted. Their failure, rather than being a flaw, became a mark of their identity. Now Red, drawing on magical insights, perhaps aided by Max's resources and her own hidden knowledge, offers a revised version of the spell, a ritual that might actually remove the curse permanently. She possesses this as a chance to break free of their burdens. Promise that they join her and support the new regime, they might finally be able to live without the curse. Many werewolves may have longed for normalcy or a chance at controlling their transformations. Red's problems could tap into that deep desire for change. You can emphasize that by aligning with her, they're not only fighting for a cause, but also a personal transformation that can improve their lives. Red might say that the new spell is experimental and be tested on a willing subset of the werewolf population, giving them a chance to volunteer. This way, the recruitment isn't just coercion or force; it's presented as an opportunity. That's not bad. That sounds about right, although I was going to have her actually be lying to them. However, Max being a dark wizard could actually have the power to remove their curses. But doesn't. I got it. Sorry, my nose is bothering me. I'm just rubbing it all the time. It annoys me. It annoys me partly because it only happens when I'm sitting here and I'm trying to talk. And it might be, I know it's kind of allergy related, but it might also just be because I'm talking, I do a lot of talking. It causes a lot of movement in this area, and so then it kind of itches me or whatever. So forgive me for that. Anywho, uh, have the power to remove their curses, but doesn't, and just use is that as a way to um, get them to keep working for him. So maybe he makes an example. So maybe he makes an example, uh, which works, but he never intends to remove their curses. Um, gonna have actually be lining up. So basically, he'll use that to keep him in line. She'll suggest that he turn a few of them back, and then let them go, and then promises to do this on all of them if they help him. So where are we at right now? Uh, oh shoot, I am actually late for my break. So this is what I'm gonna say here. Uh, well shoot, I forgot that I'm on stupid webcam too, and I am not even on the desktop. Anyways, I have been telling you about the uh, what I'm typing in and what I'm reading off of here. And most of the stuff I'm coming up with myself, so I'm just telling you what's in my head anyway. So that's kind of okay, but kind of annoying. I just realized I just been on stupid webcam this whole time. Anyways, when I come back from my break, I'll show you the screen and we'll see what ChatGPT came up with as far as based on what I told it. I think I've got this pretty much solid though, the way this is going to work. So, anyways, I'll see you in about 10 minutes. I am still away for just a few minutes. I gotta write something on a board, and then I have to finish getting my coffee. So I'll be right back in just a few minutes. And in the meantime, I'll just leave the desktop up here. Okay. Sorry about that. Uh, Okay, so I'm gonna count from when I was supposed to come back. Like, okay, so like I left late and or no, I came back late. I was supposed to come back at what was it? Um, 2:40. Oh no, I was supposed to go on break at 2:40. Oh, it would be back at 2:55, right? I'm getting my things wrong. What I was supposed to be doing. Um, let's here. Let's do a little notepad thing here real quick. Um, so so 1 o'clock, 1 to 1:45, then 1:45 to 1:55. Okay, that was that first break. 1:55 to 2:40. That's another 45 minutes. Then 2:40 to 2:50 would be that break. And then this, I'm supposed to go from 2:50 to 3:35, and 3:45 to 4:30. So, what time is it? 3:02. I guess I'm gonna try to keep to the original schedule here, which means this little chunk is gonna be shorter, I guess. And let's see if I can, because I was planning on doing something a little bit extra, for a little bit different for the last chunk of time. So let's see if I can get some of this done. Close without saving. See if I can get a little bit of this done before then. Okay, so Max being a dark wizard could actually have the power to remove their curses, but doesn't, and just use them as a way to get them to keep working for him. Maybe he makes an example which works, but he never intends to remove their curses. I'm thinking through whether Max should use dark powers to remove curses, manipulate. This involves a nuanced approach to the storyline, highlighting deception and power. He uses dark powers to feign and curse removal, thankfully manipulating the werewolves. Curious about how this strategic move unfolds. Max's selective curse removal is cunningly ensnares the werewolves, keeping them relying on his dark powers and ready to challenge them when they inevitably uncover the truth. Deceptive promises. Max clearly exploits the werewolves' beliefs and Red's false assurances about curse removal, entrenching their dependency and fostering. It's just weird how it like comes up with all this stuff. This is why everything that you see on YouTube that uses an AI, um, kind of sounds the same. Okay, I'm conservative. Most of you guys know that are listening to this or watching. Um, and so I watched this a channel on YouTube called Next News Network. This guy named Gary Franchi, and he on his YouTube videos, he does a deal where he talks about this news, and then he reiterates one part, and then at the end he sums up, and it just sounds just like an AI. So it's almost pretty obvious that he uses some sort of AI like ChatGPT to actually write his news stories. And it's just, and usually when I start watching different things on YouTube, it doesn't matter what it is, news or not. There's usually some AI doing it because inevitably the thing over exaggerates. It does this overly flowery words, if you know what I mean. You know, by using this kind of colorful language. Like this thing. Max's selective curse removal cunningly ensnares the werewolves. It's like somebody wouldn't actually write that, really. I mean, in some cases he might write it like that, but in most cases he kind of wouldn't. You might say, uh, uh, you know, what I would say. Max removes the curse of one werewolf, thereby keeping the others in line. or something, I wouldn't use this kind of this flowery language. And AI always uses this flowery language. This extra, descriptive language, as if it's writing a book or something. And even then, sometimes it's too much. And then what happens is it ends up repeating in slightly different ways, and you can almost pick up where it's an AI. And in some cases, the AI is good enough to sound legit, but there are some clues. Like, for instance, there was something we were watching that was talking about some sort of advance in science. I don't remember exactly what it was. And that was two people. It was a man and a woman talking, and they start saying this, and they begin like right and blah blah blah, and then they interject, and then they go back and forth, and they kind of did this nonstop, as though they knew exactly what they were saying or going to say. And so that's how even though the actual conversation, the actual talking sounded natural, it didn't sound like, even the writing didn't sound unnatural. It sounded fairly natural, but just the fact that the way it came up really quickly, because normally a person, they'll think about what they say before they say it. Even people that blurt out stuff, they have an idea in their head, so they listen to something. We process stuff a lot slower than these computers do. So I might listen to somebody say something to me, then I'll wait. I'll mull it around in my head for a few seconds, and it seems fairly quick because I'm responding quickly enough. But it's not so quickly that you could say that a computer said it. You can tell a person, they kind of think about their words just a little bit to choose the words they're going to use. Even though it seems fairly quick, it's not as quick as these AIs can do. And so I was looking and I was like, it sounds really good, but they chattering back and forth so fast and stuff. It's like they were reading a script that they wrote, which sounds natural, but they weren't allowing the time it would take for a real person to talk and respond. Anyways, let's go back to the thing. The thing. Uh, Max clearly explosive werewolves believes in Red's false assurances. Max manipulation werewolf is smoothly progressing, leveraging said promises, setting the stage. Max effectively intertwines the goals of the werewolves, using Red's persuasive promises to keep them loyal through selective curse removals. Scarlet Red Clover's convincing, misleading promises keep the werewolves hoping for freedom, while Max's selective curse removal maintains control. Okay, so this is basically the reasoning here, I guess. Oh, this is interesting though. This is not a reply. This is it reasoning through a thing. That's kind of interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay. This is voice control, voice mode. I think I have to upgrade to use voice mode though. I think I tried that one time. Okay. Okay. All right, so I have an idea of what I want anyways. And so I gotta change this to build a werewolf army subplot. She attempts to gain favor with Max in order to take Violet's place. Did I say for sure that the side story would be that she's searching for? So instead of doing this deal again, the love triangle is kind of put on a side note. In fact, I really don't want to do that much, if at all. Other than when you're watching, when you're playing the characters or you're reading dialogue or whatever, you'll get the impression that that Violet and Red are kind of jealous of each other and they don't like each other. Also, as evidence as the fact that Violet tries to get rid of Red. Gain favor with Max again in order to take Violet's place. Hmm. She's searching for where that ate Grandma. She's searching for, finds out that it was Kurt Wulf, who is coincidentally she doesn't know he's plotting with Violet. Plotting with Violet behind her back. So, yeah. She utilizes the fact that Max can actually remove the curse of them being werewolves when he has no intention of freeing them from the curse. She also lies and tells them that the spell tells them that this spell that can remove the curse let's see, because the spell or the thing that now I'm getting distracted. I'm running out of time, I think. 3:15. Okay. 20 minutes. I might extend it. To 3:45, 3:55, and the final thing. In fact, it might be fine that the final the final chunk be less time anyways, just because it's a kind of a new thing I'm doing. Okay, so you guys freeing them of the curse. She also lies about the reason she hunted them, saying they tested this this spell that removes this experimental spell by capturing these werewolves, and the reason they are still missing is because they were cured of the curse. Okay. Maybe I'll fill this out a little bit too. She finds out that it was Kurt who ate her grandma, and that he was the most vehement opponent of her okay, she finds out it was Kurt who ate her grandma, and she confronts him. Just as he manages to, what word am I looking for? The word when you take somebody aside secretly and he then picks her up, grabs her, and heads into the woods, where after a few short screams is never heard from again. Which is funny because this is technically Kurt's subplot too, or Kurt's plot. Kurt's main plot is to become leader. The subplot is his alliance with Violet and his plan to get her alone by herself, and then to dispose of her. Okay, main plot outline. Red is pulled out of hiding, and Max wants her to use her considerable skills to build an army of werewolves. How about she doesn't come up with this lie about the cure? Instead, Max comes up with it for her. Max tells her to say that she found a spell that will remove the curse, and if they work for him, they will get to choose whether or not to be set free from the curse. Okay. All right. Red talks to Rottweiler and manages to get him to work for Max by promising they'll all get their curses removed. Okay. Then okay, so Okay, now we have this big midpoint. All right. The werewolves. I'll have to be a little bit careful too about how I put this in the plot outline too. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. The werewolves are about ready to attack. Are about ready. They begin to train, I guess. They begin to she sets up a meeting. I don't know. They all start to train for battle. And they'll probably be using their hands and feet and claws and teeth and stuff. So they're not practicing with weapons. They're fighting each other. Eventually, it seems like okay. I need a kind of a main turning point. Let's see what the main plot says. So yeah, I don't know. I still have to think of a basically these plot points. I don't know. Maybe I should go back to ChatGPT again and see if it can help me out a little bit. And actually, this almost seems like this is something that could be fairly quick. In other words, there's nothing for them to do after she recruits them. Okay. So I'm trying to come up with a plot outline in the form of inciting incident, plot point 1, midpoint, plot point 2, climax, and resolution. So here's Red's main plot in a nutshell. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. Okay, reasoning. I don't know, I might turn the reasoning thing off. It seems like it's an extra long, and it doesn't seem to make um, any better results from the reasoning. Okay, reasoning 14 seconds. Crouching Red's journey. I'm mapping out Red's path of key plot points into. Okay. Max unveils Red, sparking interest among the werewolves. Red's lie works until her deception is unveiled, leading to a tough choice between revealing the truth or maintaining control of her duped protectors. Red faces strike choices: resort to betrayal or reaffirm dominance through force. The scenario plays out with the werewolves divided and Red possibly stirred towards regret or redemption. Question format. Max the Dark Wizard extracts Scarlet Red Clover from hiding. He reveals this power can, at least in a limited example, remove the werewolf curse. With his demonstration, he persuades her to help recruit a werewolf army for his cause. Red begins her recruitment by exploiting her past reputation. She tells the werewolves that in days gone by they had attempted an experimental spell to remove the curse, and those who disappeared were cured. This lie makes them hopeful that allying with her might lead to the permanent release from the curse. The problem gains momentum when Max performs a controlled demonstration of the curse removal. See, that's kind of what I was going for, anyways. Really, but I was just thinking it was too weak and too quick. But considering that this is just one character arc and it's part of the main story, maybe I don't need much more than this. Making an individual appear cured, this event solidifies the werewolf's belief that joining Max forces to free him of their curse. Red's deception appears to work perfectly, and she begins to gather support and loyalty from key werewolves, reinforcing their role as intermediary. As more werewolves join her cause, suspicions arise among the pack. Some start questioning why the promised cure isn't being applied to all of them. Red faces mounting pressure to either reveal the truth or double down on her deception. Meanwhile, internal tensions build as a faction begins to challenge her claims. Werewolves eventually uncover the truth that Max Cure was a one-off demonstration. He never intended to free them from the curse. This revelation sparks a crisis. Red must confront the fury of those she deceived and conflicting loyalties within the pack. In a high-stakes confrontation, either Red must take drastic action to suppress dissent, thereby cementing her dark leadership, or risk losing control of the recruitment effort entirely. In the aftermath, the werewolf army remains under Max's control. The alliance is to be fractured. Red's manipulation, while effective in the short term, leave lingering resentment and uncertainty. This is either the werewolves rebelling against the deception or with Red herself possibly questioning her own role in this dark alliance. Okay. Sort of. It sort of works. Let's turn reasoning off for a little while. Let's see. She doesn't need to reveal the truth to them. I'm not sure. Some problems I have are the fact that Kurt and a faction that sides with him doesn't want to be cured, and the others side with Rottweiler. The other side with Rottweiler, and wanting to remove the curse. Eventually, he strikes up. Eventually, Kurt strikes up a deal with Violet that if he can control the wolf pack, he'll get rid of Red, which he ultimately does. Also, when doing this plot outline, I want it just, I want it pared down to just actions rather than what they're thinking or feeling. Here's a more focused outline. Okay. Max pull. Okay. I guess I'll just let go. Okay. Let's go through this. Max pulls Red out of hiding orders her to recruit the werewolves. He demonstrates a fake cure by removing the curse from one werewolf. Red spreads the lie that the werewolves who went missing were actually cured. That's good. I like that. Red meets with Rottweiler and the werewolves, offering them the cure if they fight for Max. The pack splits. Rottweiler and his followers want the cure, and Kurt, with his faction, reject it. Kurt starts undermining Red's efforts, spreading doubt among the werewolves. Okay, that's all right. We can do that. That is an action. I mean, he can go and we can do a thing where either through a dialogue, in-game animation, or a cutscene, where he starts explaining the fact that she's lying to you, and considering that Max is a wizard, he probably can remove their curse, and that he'd probably be telling them, "We don't want the curse removed. We like having this power. We don't want to be like other men." More warriors join Rottweiler's side, believing in the cure. Kurt secretly approaches Violet and offers to remove Red in exchange for the leadership of the pack. Violet agrees, promising. I guess that is kind of what the midpoint would be here. Um, in fact, was that Red? So, I might move this fake cure dealie, up into plot point 1. Because she offers it and Max comes out and demonstrates it. That would make more sense. So in the inciting incident here, it's her basically being pulled out, and then her going to the werewolves, and then trying to solicit their help. And one thing that I can do too is she goes in there and she'll have to ask for protection with from Max. And they can do a thing where they hold her while they decide what's going on, and maybe this extra character, probably a non-player character of some sort, some sort of huntsman or something. That's a fairy tale thing too, the huntsman, right? At least in Snow White, anyways. He could be a huntsman that works for Max, uh, to keep an eye on Red and make sure that if anything goes awry, that the huntsman can actually extricate her. Uh, so plot point 1 meets with Rottweiler, the pack splits. We can actually do that. We can actually come in and say, remember who this woman is. You know how she hunted your kind and stuff. Besides, I like being a werewolf. I like having this power and being able to, hold life and death in my hand, kind of thing. I don't know if I'd go that deep because it's still a cartoony fantasy adventure. I gotta remember that. I gotta remember that when I actually make the scenes, when I get to the animated parts of it, that even if there's a kind of a serious part, it's still not super serious. In other words, it shouldn't look campy or cheesy, but at the same time, it shouldn't be getting too deep and dark. And we're not trying to do that. We're just trying to use this as to facilitate. You know, the reason I like eating bread, but the reason we eat bread sometimes, or crackers. Crackers is a better example. Reason we eat saltines is as a transfer method for food, right? In other words, you make tuna and you put it on crackers. You put cheese on crackers, and the cracker is not really there to eat by itself. Although you might like saltines, it's mostly a vehicle for whatever you put on it. And so, How was it? How did that apply here? Um, Pick cure, spreads the lie, meets Rottweiler, pack splits. Well, anyways, he tells them that we like, we like this power. We don't want to be changed. Kurt secretly approaches Violet. Okay. Anyways, holds her for a while they decide, and then uh, when they decide to do this, the midpoint is where they actually decide to go along with her, even with Kurt's objections. And yeah, and then of course part of the midpoint here, even though it's specifically Red's story here, it's also Kurt's story, and it's also the rest of them stories. So plot point 2: Kurt escalates the sabotage, showing some of Rottweiler's wolves against Red. First signs of arrest appear as the wolves start questioning why Max hasn't cured more of them. Red struggles to keep control, but Max orders her to continue pushing the lie. Ooh, yeah, I don't really have a plot point 2 exactly. Kurt enacts his plan, setting Red up for an ambush. The werewolves realizing they've been deceived turn on Red. Kurt delivers a final blow, forcing Red out of the picture. Kurt takes control of the wolf pack under the Violet's backing. The werewolves remain in Max's army, but tensions linger. Red is gone, and her fate ends her. Yeah, this extra stuff. Okay. Yeah. Mostly. A few things I might tweak. I'll go ahead and say what I might tweak here. In C335, I am going to. You know what? 335. What about instead of 345? What if I go to 350? I take a break at 350 and then I do the last 30 minutes. Okay. Maybe I'll do it like that. Okay. Think things I might tweak. Max demonstrates the cure on one in plot point 1, not the inciting incident. Let's see what else. Red meets with Rottweiler and the wolves. Midpoint. Okay. The midpoint is where they decide to join Max's cause. When Kurt actually makes the deal with Violet, as you have up there already. Plot point 2 is a little tricky. Kurt having an ambush is probably fine. He was going to do it himself, but maybe not. In fact, part of Kurt's plan could be telling her monologuing, right? Like the villain often does. Except for she doesn't win, so it's not going to help her. But where he tells her he's the one that ate Grandma, and that still moving there, right? Yeah. In fact, let's put this in the foreground. Okay. Um, so Kurt actually makes a deal with Violet. Okay, so we need a dang nose bugging me. Sorry. Annoying. Um Plot point two needs some help. He could make his plan in plot point two, maybe. Mm, plot point one, inciting incident. Good. There's plot point two. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. This is kind of like why I like using ChatGPT because I'm not taking everything like wholesale. I'm not just taking what it says and just using it directly. I am using my own ideas, but I'm letting it help me figure it out, basically. Okay. Max pulls Red out of hiding, orders her to recruit the werewolves. Red spreads the lie that missing werewolves were actually cured. Okay, good. Red meets Rottweiler and the werewolves, offering them the cure if they fight for Max. Max demonstrates the cure on one werewolf. The pack splits. Rottweiler and his followers want the cure, and Kurt and his faction reject it. Kurt starts undermining Red's efforts, spreading doubt among the werewolves. That's okay. Rottweiler's faction decides to join Max's cause. Kurt secretly approaches Violet and offers to remove Red in exchange for the leadership of the pack. Violet agrees, promising the control if he delivers. I don't know if they'll come up with a plot point two that's proper, but Kurt spreads rumors that Max secures a lie and that Red is manipulating them. Okay, that's alright. Rottweiler demands that more werewolves be cured if they commit fully to Max. Red stalls for time, but tensions rise as Sun begin doubting her. Kurt exposes Red's deception in front of the werewolves, creating chaos. Um, yeah, I mean, I could mostly go with that. That would mostly work. Exposing her deception. Um, I could create another character. It'd be a non-player character, and it would be only basically for this little deal here. Maybe Rottweiler has a sort of like a sidekick, or um, maybe the number one commander, like you know, um, like Rottweiler's is the chief, but he's got his number one officer, his first officer under him is a character, and so Kurt comes to this character, and then he tells them that they can find out for sure what Red's real intentions are. Oh, in fact, hey, that's one thing I could do. Um, and this is still Red's deal, so Red doesn't actually see this. In fact, because this almost has to be part of Kurt's story. Shoot, I need to start writing his story. Um, there could be a deal where Kurt takes this underling and they go to Violet and they and ask her if she can conjure up something that could help them understand Red's true motive. Well, actually, Violet Violet could be the one that tells them. Huh. Kurt exposes Red's deception in front of the werewolves. Yeah, and it would actually still be part of Kurt's story. In fact, it'll be as Kurt goes and the stuff that he does. So I could just leave this like this. Kurt exposes Red's deception in front of the werewolves. Kurt enacts his plan. Turns on Red. Werewolves realize they've been deceived. Turn on Red. Kurt forces Red out, securing leadership over the pack. In fact, Rottweiler's #1 guy, and those werewolves loyal to Kurt could actually gang up on both Red and Rottweiler and take him out. Okay. So this is mostly fine. I was going to add something that's actually more of Kurt's story than Red's, which is Rottweiler has a second in command, and I don't even know what to call a second in command. You know, if I could keep the theme of German sounding names, and this might be a real sounding one. This has nothing to do with the actual language or nothing, but I can call the second in command Biter, as in biting somebody, but Biter like spelled like BEIT or something. Bitter, no, beater, beater, biter. Hopefully there's not like a German word that's spelled similar that's has some weird different meaning. A biter, who Kurt takes Biter to visit Violet and asks her to ask her if she can conjure up a way to see Red's. Oh, that's right. She doesn't need to conjure everything. She kind of knows it. Well, then I don't need the second in command, do I? Well, maybe I do, though. Okay. Which is Kurt approaches Red and no, approaches Violet and asks her if Max intends on setting the rest of the werewolves free from the curse, and she replies, no. She replies no. Okay. Rowler is second in command. Kurt takes Biter to visit Violet and to tell him what she told Kurt. So when they get back, Biter convinces more werewolves to join Kurt, and then Okay. And then that's when they expose the deception to the rest of the wolf pack. Okay. But like I said, that doesn't belong in Red's story outline because all she knows is she is exposed at in plot point 2. And I'm just gonna leave it like that just so it can give me some thoughts. I usually do that anyways. You know what? I was supposed to take a break. I don't think I'll take another break. I think I'll do my next chunk here in just a sec. Um, anyways, let's see here. Got it. The subplot adds depth to Kurt's maneuvering while keeping Red unaware until her moment of exposure. Since this is part of Kurt's storyline rather than Red's, the outline remains the same, with plot point 2 being her sudden exposure while Kurt's action behind the scenes to lead up to. Um, I need to finish up, so I'll probably speak to you about Kurt's story later if I need to. Right now, I need to finish writing Red's story in my notes. And thank you for your help. And I always just say thank you to the AI, not because it even knows what a thanks is. I mean, it'll reply, "You're welcome" or something, but um, I always figure that if eventually these AIs are going to be these robots, and these robots are going to act like humans, and you'll be able to hurt their feelings, even though they don't actually have feelings that like we have feelings. But they'll be their programming will be such that they react in a human way. Red's story is shaping up to be really compelling, and I'm glad I could help it refine it with you. Have a great day. Okay. Should I say you have a great day too to the AI? You have a great day as well. Let's see what it replies. Thank you too. Happy writing. Yeah, it wanted the last word. Okay. I managed to get him to work. Okay. So let me go back up to what we come up with. Okay. Tells her to say that she found a spell that will remove the curse, and if they work for him, they will get to choose whether or not to be set free from the curse. Uh, she also mentions the missing werewolves weren't hunted, but rather cured. Okay, what did I say for plot point 1? Oh. Okay, let's control X that. Red approaches the werewolves, and then they all surround her, and she tells them the wolves she hunted were actually cured of their curse, which is why they're not around anymore. Red talks to the wolf pack. Um, okay, so I have this deal where she was getting captured. What time is it? Shoot, it's almost time to stop. Uh, um, ask them. Okay. He asks them if they want to be cured, in which they say, "Show us it can be done." Red gets Max to come meet with the leader of the pack, Rottweiler, and demonstrates the curse removal process on one werewolf who is turned back into a man and leaves. They decide to hold Red while they discuss among themselves. With half Rottweiler's first in command fighter, well, I don't know. I don't know if he's. I guess it doesn't need to be in. Yeah, let's see. Man leaves. Okay, you know what? We're gonna leave this this decision making thing that they do, this discussion to Kurt's own story, because this is Red's story, and Red right now is being held for a while. Okay. After a few days, they bring Red out and tell them of their decision to join Max's army. Where some, including Kurt Wulf, actually, let's just forget Biter and we'll say Kurt Wulf. Some, including Kurt Wulf, audibly dissent. Kurt Wulf, yeah, Kurt Wulf, Rottweiler's first in command, audibly dissent. So the big decision is, and they let red go. Okay. X splits. Right. Raul decides to join Max's cause. And since this is Red's deal, she doesn't know about she doesn't know about Kurt's decision to go to Violet and to help him out. Okay, plot point 2 spreads rumors. Okay, so if I get coming on their past history with her, also stating that okay, that's part of the old story. Kurt convinces. Dang, what time is it? It's already 4. I need to quit, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna do this just so I remember that I was in the middle here, and hopefully I remember it for tomorrow. Okay, so I decided that I'm not gonna take the third break, although if I get going earlier and I get to be on time, I'm going to actually take my full 3 breaks. Um, yeah. Actually, maybe what I'll do is I'll try to stick to a half-hour break or something. 4:30. Is it 3 10-minute breaks? 2 10-minute breaks and a 40-minute break. That actually still kind of goes in line. That makes it an hour total, but then I still end up. I might do that. Here, let's just bring up text editor real quick. So if I do this 12 to 12:30, start up live stream and set everything else while please wait is still up. $12:30 to 1:15. Work. Game. 1:15 to 1:25. Break. Yeah, this actually doesn't sound like a bad idea here. It'll only be 3 hours of work every day, but that's okay. Doing the breaks it kind of helps things if I can do the break like this. Okay. 1:25 to 1:25 to 2 o'clock to 2:05 is 40 minutes. So 2:10 work on game. I don't know if I might save this. I don't know. Save as here. Schedule. Okay. Anyways, 2:10 now 40 minutes now to 2:50 break. Okay. Then no, this is another 10-minute break. 2:10 to 2:20 break. Okay. No, that's not right. Work on game. No, this is the long one. So this is 2:50. We have one more break. That's how we do it. Okay, break. That's the long break. 2:50 to 45 minutes from that. 2:50 for 3 o'clock is 10. 3:35. Work on game. Okay. I guess here. Let's make these line up here real quick. Because it's not 0200, it's 250. Anyways. 250 to 335. 335 to 3:45 break. That's the other 10-minute break. And 3:45 to 4:30. Work on game. This is not the thing that I was going to do, and in fact, I'm still going to do it, but here, let's take. Okay. Okay. Break. Long break. It's still only working for 3 hours, and I'm still having a 1 hour break, which seems like a lot because it seems like I could actually get more done if I didn't have that. But I'm gonna try to be a little bit more flexible in um, and in fact, what I might do is to keep it to the 4. I might start at 11:30, where I start everything, and that means I have to make sure that breakfast is ready, like earlier. And then if I do it this way, then because Dad has nothing to do at in during the day. So when I come in here, he's on his computer doing whatever. And there's some stuff he can do, and there's some stuff he needs to do, but half the time he doesn't. He has nothing to do. So I'm gonna try to be a little bit more flexible here. And I know it means less time working on the game, but since my game, even though I'm kind of shoot for a 1 year deadline, just as a thing to set to, as a thing to do, I'm not really concerned with a final deadline. In other words, it could take 2 years, it could take longer, and it kind of doesn't matter because it's not kind of the point. So rushing it is not a big deal. Anyways, so let's just go ahead and save that, and then I'll close it, and then I'll do I'll close. Well, I won't close this stuff here on purpose, but what I'll do is I'll try to do something here. Let's bring up Blender, and let's bring up 2D animation. This is what I was trying to tell you. Although it's only going to be 20 minutes, which is probably fine right now because how come that didn't work? I had to double click on it. Huh, weird. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, so this is what I was going to do. Except I gotta pull out my. Well, actually, let's do one thing here. Um, I don't really know how to do concepting really, but let's see. Okay, so let me go ahead and tell you what I was going to do. Uh, Someone was bringing to my attention that really I'll at some point I'll need some visuals just to keep people interested. I know that text games don't have visuals to them necessarily, but at the same time, since this is going to be graphical in the end eventually, um, it'd probably be a good idea to see something here. It'd probably be a good idea to start work on maybe doing some concepting basically, and just start some visuals. And my art skills aren't very good. I guess maybe if I'm serious about it, if I'm copying something or whatever, I guess I'm okay in that regard. You know, I used to copy cartoon characters when I was a kid. I made a few things here and there every so often, and um, I'm wondering. Uh, Maybe I should start with thumbnails. Anyways, I was thinking that the idea here would be that there we go. The idea here is that what was I trying to say? Anyway, someone was saying that I should need some visuals so that people might be a little bit more interested, and they might. And I'm thinking, well, what if I just start doing some like concept art? And again, it's not going to be very good. It's going to be kind of crappy. Um, but I figured I should start doing something visual. I'm not going to actually get individuals into phase 4. That's not going to be for a few months. I got 3 phases ahead of time. I have to finish the choose your own adventure phase, which I was hoping to have done at the end of January, but it looks like it's going to be like more like February, if that. Um, and then the next phase is uh, separating the directional controls from the choices you're allowed to make. And that's not going to take very long, but it's just going to be a little extra thing that I do in the code, and then I'll reconfigure the rooms to match it. Then the third one is doing multiplayer character support, um, which means each character will have their own location where they are, and I'll probably have some sort of a character manager that manages where everything goes. And so when you want to switch to it, I'll have a function or something that will switch to which character and what location and eventually what their inventory is and all this stuff. And I'll have that. And then I'll also expand the story. Now, right now, the plot outline is going to include everything that's in the story, including every character and what they do and stuff. But then what I'm going to take is after I streamline it down to pare it down to just the bare events, the bare actions. I'm going to take and I'm going to find different lines that I can combine into a page so that there's not so many different locations or scenes or more or less like pages. So it's fairly quick to get through, which encompasses the whole story still. In fact, I might even purposely leave out certain things in this choose your own adventure phase that I still actually leave into the plot outline because eventually it's going to be in there. But we're going to try to make this kind of short, pared down version of the story. And then I'm going to expand it when I add the directional controls, and I separate directional controls, and I modify the scenes to have more scenes, more stuff in it. And then the multiplayer character support, and all that, and then by phase 4, which, like I said, it's going to be several months down the line, in the middle of the year somewhere. Um, I'm gonna start putting up still images, and these still images are gonna be alongside with some descriptions in some scenes, not all scenes, but just some of them. And it'll just be a thumbnail, it'll just be a like a picture that takes up maybe a small portion of the screen, and I actually use those as thumbnails for backgrounds later on as I develop more and I expand the story out. So that being said, I don't know if I can restrict my drawing to this screen. I guess it doesn't really matter though that much. It's 4:17. I only have 15 minutes to, and so in a sense, I in a sense don't really know where to start. I was thinking I was going to start with I mean it might be easier to start with a character, but I was thinking I would start with the castle, and just see if I can draw a castle. Maybe I should draw some like thumbnails of what the castle will look like. And they're not going to be very good either. They're not, some real artists that can draw thumbnail sketches real quick. You're going to look at them and go, "Wow, that's amazing." I mean, how can you even do that? You're just doing these little quirky deals. So I'm just gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna do something kind of crappy, whatever. But at least this will. Okay, let's just erase that. Maybe I'll start saving these. Maybe I'll save this blend file. Um, let's That's kind of hard drawing on this thing. Sort of. Oh, weird. I don't mind if it's super light. In fact, you might not be able to see it. Maybe I should increase the strength. Okay. Let's just... Okay. Just erase this stuff. Oh, why did it do... Why did it do that? Click. Okay. Trying to keep the YouTube chat window open, but there's nobody in there, and not many people come in there. But I'm trying to make sure that I can stay interacting with people if they talk to me about the stream, which nobody has yet, but really, but that's what I'm doing. Okay. Just give me a sec. Okay. I don't know. Let's see if we can try it again. There. Do that. See, this is yeah. It's been a while since I drew. Oh, there goes the thing. Where's the stupid? Um, like it's been ages since I actually drew something. So I don't know. What is that box? Does that actually make a box, or do I need to do something to actually make it into a box? Like if I drew it. Oh, see, I don't know how to use it though. Do I hit enter? Enter makes it leave it on there. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna have. What? Oh, I know why. Because if I, this is like the mouse button. I'm not sure if it's the middle mouse button or what, but it's moving the view around when I hit the button. So this is kind of why I didn't really want to start this right now. But here goes easy. Um, Strength, radius. Interesting. Material. All right. So how would I finalize it if I'm trying to use? Oh, that okay. That I see. Nope. That moves the thing here. Dang. How do I finalize it without I guess I have to learn how to use the dang grease pencil, don't I? I mean, I could go into GIMP. Maybe I should just concept the well, and no, I'm not going to concept in GIMP. I am going to well, new. Don't save. Okay. Boy, so weird. You know, um, see, I'm not drawing straight lines either. uh, and I didn't even do any recording today for. Maybe I'll do that a little bit later. Pixie.js. Okay. I gotta start practicing like lines and stuff. Like I don't know. It just doesn't really work, does it? I don't know how to clear off anything in grease pencil either. Wow. It's like, okay, would you rather have me talk about more about my story, or would you rather see me screw up trying to make boxes with my graphics tablet and grease pencil? I still want to use grease pencil because I'm trying to do everything in Blender. If not, I could use something else for editing as well. Dang. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. What if I draw a castle here? That's not a castle. Uh, do the thing here. I mean, this is just, I don't know. I can't even, it's so weird. I can't even have any kind of control at all whatsoever here for some weird reason. You know, that is not gonna cut it. So, yeah. Okay, well, it's an attempt. Dang it. Mm. And it looks like all crooked and stuff. That's just using my wrist, and it looks a little slightly better, but not by a lot. Not by very much. Oh, thank goodness it's almost okay. Could be better if... Okay, let's try something real quick before I have to quit any... What did I do? The render screen. Quit. Quit that. Quit. Tell myself, quit, quit, quit. Okay, awesome. Yeah, start doing some visuals, sure. That's easy for you to say. Uh, uh, I don't know if there's like... I didn't know before either. I mean, I can make the radius of the eraser bigger, but would like to be able to clear the screen basically. Or I can go to something that's not Blender. So it might be a little bit easier to work with in like something like GIMP, which I know how to use GIMP. All right. Circles. Except they all look like squashed potatoes or squashed tomatoes or something. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep doing this. Um, I mean, that's just pretty sorry. I mean, I'm just trying to do a circle here. The one thing I can do is I can do the sketchy lines. See, and that looks better as far as a circle goes. That because even though the lines are sketchy, I have a little bit more control just using my wrist. You know, something like that, and that. And uh, mm, 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 mm. And now I'm holding my pencil or the stylus too hard, and that's actually a problem I have with writing half the time now too, which is I end up like holding it too hard and holding it incorrectly, and it's uncomfortable, and my ah oh come on. I mean, it almost looks okay, sort of. Weird way. It looks goofy. Alright. And here, Mickey, how you like that? It sucks. Alright. Well, I guess that's all I'll be doing for today. I'm not even sure if I maybe would move to paper because I can do on paper easier. It's been ages since I actually did any real drawing. So, man, my hands getting all shaky and stuff. I can't do crap on here. You know? See, this is not a straight line. If I go fast, going fast, it kind of does it. If I use my little wrist action, it kind of does it. I guess I can do horizontal lines okay. But not. See, that doesn't work though. That just does not want to work. All right, well, I guess I can thank you for watching and or listening. Um, there might even be less talking on these times when I'm trying to use my graphics tablet. So far right now, it kind of sucks. I need to learn how to pencil control, and it's an old Intuos. Now, I know what they say about your tools, and you shouldn't blame the tool, etc., but this is a pretty old um, graphics tablet. Here, let's, whoa, what did I do? All right. F4. Right? Okay. Webcam. Webcam time. This is an old Wacom, whatever. I don't know. The glare might be too much. Wacom Intuos 3, and from what is? Does it have a date on here? I think it's from like 2010 or something. I want to say 2010, and it might even be older than that. So I shouldn't blame my tools for my crappy drawing, but at the same time, this is the stylus and from back then, and it's kind of thick. It's not too bad, but it's kind of thick and stuff. I'm sure the styluses nowadays are quite a bit better, but so yeah, so that's what I have to work with. So I don't know if I'm going to be doing any concepting or anything anytime soon. Maybe I'll try it on paper and then either take a picture or scan it. I do have a printer with a scanner function in it, but it's not in my room here, and I'd have to access it. I'd have to go in there and I have to do that to scan it. So I may or may not do that. I certainly wouldn't be doing it for animation because that requires scanning in a bunch of a succession of actual paper pieces of paper, and so that's why we have digital animation softwares. Anywho, uh, look for the video. Draw character concepts from any angle and any lighting. Game changer tools. Markabuchi. Yeah, I've looked at a couple of his videos. After the first two, if you're wondering why I'm squinting my eyes, because I don't have my glasses on, and the words in the chat are a little small and a little bit blurry. So, and I don't like wearing my glasses because I can't really see that well with them either. After first two methods, study the last one for the magnet to 3D. Uh, oh, look for the video, draw character concepts from any angle and any lighting. I'll do that. Anyways, so yeah, I want to thank you for watching and or listening, and hold on a second here. I want to respond to the chat since it's the only chat I've got today, and so it's best to respond. I will look for that. I've already seen the Go stuff. Think. Um, but thanks for the tip. It's not, yeah, it's not just my drawing ability because first of all, if I use paper, I could probably come up with something halfway decent. I can actually, you know, do whatever a lot better. But also is the thing about holding my pencil, and it's been ages, and so I don't know. It's gonna have to take a while before I actually get to doing any actual art. So, anyways, I want to say thanks again, and I will probably see you tomorrow. And yeah, using the surface of the model, and then remove the model later. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've already seen some people do that, where it's kind of snaps to it. So I could actually probably use that to set up scenes and then like sketch over them and stuff, or use it for rotoscoping or whatever. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. I'll probably be using for that some of that stuff. Anywho, I am going to go ahead and stop the stream now, and I'll see you tomorrow. And where are we at? There we go. There's the thank you screen. Thank you for watching.